Okay. Here we go. We're live. And possibly this is the finale tonight of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. So we will see. We will see if we can get this finished. All right. So we have the Pope. Now we're going to be interrogating. All right. Because we are, and of course we have the Scaled Lord behind us, which I successfully called. Let's see, I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off, and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacrond. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. Interesting. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. Considering the timing of it all, this must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck, he says as he's standing right behind him. Please, just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps I needed to closely examine the timing of these events. Yeah, there is some weirdness with the timing. It! Yes. We're gonna give it tonight. An alarm. It's a rudimentary artificial device. I use it to remind me to conduct daily prayers. I see. And do you have it set to go off at a specific time? Yes, it's set to go off at 2:10 p.m., 5 minutes before my afternoon prayers. I was in my quarters. Okay. So you usually say your afternoon prayers at 2:15 p.m.? Yes, it is said that time is the holiest hour of the God of Dragons. This is the first I've heard of this. Was I mistaken? Forgive me, my lord. I can't believe I've dishonored your deity. You know what? Just forget I said anything. I began heading to the prayer room. Okay. What was her expression like? It was very cold and emotionless. The patron must have had control of her when this happened. Yes, that certainly makes the most sense. What time did this happen? It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 2:15 p.m. Right. Heading to the prayer room. Right. So she was looking over Lake Galacrond? Knowing what I know now, it's possible that she was making sure she could throw Lady Sybil's body into the lake from there. But she was clearly fine with you witnessing her act suspiciously. Why would she even go to the trouble of hiding Sybil's body in the first place? The patron clearly needed to delay when the murders were discovered. The defendant wasn't able to murder Pierce until much later, after all. I suppose they didn't plan for her to fight Celeste for that long. But there had to be a reason why she threw Sybil's body into the lake. That was when I noticed she was pushing something over the balcony into Lake Galacrond, okay? And that must have been Sybil's body. I suppose so. You don't sound so sure of it yourself. Well, just that I recall Lady Sybil's garb to be much brighter. Meanwhile, the thing I saw Lady Steelwind throw over the balcony was much darker. Right, you mentioned that before. It's clear it was just the lighting of that space. The balcony is directly above where we found Lady Sybil's body in Lake Galacrond. You obviously saw the defendant dumping the body. What else could it have been? Yes, I suppose you're right. I asked her what she was doing. The patron was probably trying to keep her on track, but I'm surprised she didn't attack you. Even if the patron was trying to frame her, she hadn't killed Pierce yet. Yes, I'm a little confused about that myself. Perhaps I should just be happy I came out of that encounter unharmed. Anyways, how long did you talk to her? Our encounter was very brief since she was ignoring me. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 minutes. She ignored me and went toward the prayer room. It must have been a short exchange then. The patron was controlling her at the time. They must have been hoping that he would leave if she ignored him. But wouldn't it have been easier to just murder him then and there? She could have easily done it quickly and thrown his body into the lake, just like she did with Sybil. Right, and those guards are still comatose. We still don't have an explanation for that, either. Did the Empress of Discord use some kind of demonic, furry magic to do that? The Eye of Horus doesn't leave many magical traces, so it's possible that demonic magic is the same. Either way, it was awfully convenient he left right before the attack on the prayer room happened. Anyways, what time did this happen? I believe it was 2:15 p.m. That's when I usually arrive at the prayer room. Thought nothing of it. Maybe that's when the guards there turned me away. Okay. Right, and those guards are still comatose. Okay. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. You were in your quarters during the massacre? Yes. As I've mentioned before, my room is magically soundproofed. My guards and I were woefully unaware of what was happening. We didn't know what was happening until some members of the King's Guard came to inform me of what had happened to the king. How long were you in your quarters for? I waited there until the King's Guard notified me that it was safe. I think I waited there until 3:15 p.m., which is around the time that Arya was arrested. Yeah, I was there until 3:15. Okay, hang on. So he's updated. Alright, let's look at the timeline. He was in his quarters. The alarm went off at 2:10. He spotted Steelwind looking over the balcony. This happened before 2:15. It was still before 2:15. She ignored me and went towards the 2 minutes trying to speak with her. So about 2:17, potentially. No, it was before. I thought nothing of it, made my wares there. That's when the guards there turned me away at 2:15 p.m. Exactly. Okay. I went back to my quarters, and he was there until 3:15. So let's look at the evidence. So... Coraline Sybil died at 2:18. Cause of death was suffocation. Oh... 2:18. I know she was pushing something. Hang on. It's not Sybil. Objection! Can't be. Wait. What? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. Stop stammering and say what you want to say. Hi, Speaker. You said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony. There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Wait! You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacrond before 2:15 p.m.? If her time of death was 2:18 p.m. I see. That does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that's also true. Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off of that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. And even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. We did it. We proved she killed someone else, too. We're the best defense lawyer ever. Yeah! We're great! And the autopsy report says that the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force. Right. So when did she die? Conversations. She died before she was thrown. She died while she was falling. She died after she hit the water. After she hit the water? No. Because, like, here's the thing. Okay, she was not dead before she was thrown. She didn't die while she was... She did... I don't think so. I think it is after she hit the water, actually. She must have died after she hit the water. But Mr. Cuthbert... Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact. But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body wasn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height.
Objection!
Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent. And she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that. That's a really good point, but just indulge me for a second. Which spell was cast on Sybil? Spell... Spelling... Slow Fall. And causing the fall significantly slower when airborne for the duration. Is it Dispel Magic? Or was it Hold Creature? No, Sybil must have been affected by a spell that would have lessened the impact of hitting Lake Galacron. Which spell compendium? She was probably also together with Lloyd before the massacre. Oh, he cast the shield spell on her. We know that. It was, what was it? Oh, man, which spell was it? Stone Skin. Yeah. I think Lloyd must have cast Stone Skin on her. That was kind of a gimme because we actually saw him do that. Stone Skin. If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing. That object was actually Lady Sybil, protected by a layer of stone. Lloyd cast Stone Skin on her before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked them, and Lloyd must have cast that spell to protect her. That coward. I'd have imagined he'd simply worry about protecting himself. But I'll admit, that spell would have protected her from the Steel Wind strike. But that doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she? That's a good point, too. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil, but if we assume my logic is correct, she would have also still been alive. Why was Sybil motionless despite being conscious? So why wasn't she struggling against Arya? Rudolph...
Maybe.
Arceus, Arya, Sybil. Sybil was affected by a spell? Yeah, she must have been affected by a spell. And considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. Which spell did Arya cast on Sybil? Sleep? Wait, what's in Arya's spellbook again? What does she have? Mend Wounds, Firebolt, Shape Liquid, Dispel Magic, Steel Wind Strike, Detect Magic, Polymorph, and Hold Creature. Hold Creature. It was Hold Creature. See? I was right. I was just a couple steps ahead. Lloyd must have cast Stone Skin on Sybil when Arya attacked them. Patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that. They ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell. Huh. And Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. How did Sybil suffocate? Even if she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by Stone Skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil was drowned in Lake Galacron. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galacron. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving, and since Lloyd stayed in the common room, he didn't know his spell was signing her death warrant. Oh my gosh! Even when Von Sanctus tried to do something right, he messed it up. Good job. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. I believe that covers all 3 of the murders, then. Yes. Lloyd Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her, and Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shaped liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron knew how to use his victims' spells against them. But how did that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shaped liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it to deal the final blow. No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside me. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage. They also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had stone skin active. They also knew that Hold Creature would prevent Sybil from moving while she sank to the bottom of the lake. Not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other, and if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly. So whoever did this had in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications. What they were saying wasn't sitting right with me for some reason. There was something there, so why couldn't I see it? But there's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What's a similarity that we can draw between at least 2 of them? Wait, members of the Pillar families. Sybil and Von Sanctus are house leaders of Pillar families. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars? That's the motive that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question. Don't be coy, I'm not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really, now? Out of most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Weirengard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre, and you wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear that there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General, but there's also another explanation. It 4,000% is Aster. I'm sorry, he didn't go after Lucio because he's marrying into the family, and he would have control that way. Yeah, King Aster is the bad guy. Yeah! Alright. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelwind? The patron wanted to frame Arya for the murders. No? The patron made no attempt to kill Lucio Steelwind, and when they were controlling Arya, they didn't make any attempt to hide her actions. They wanted people to see her. Lucio The patron wanted to... Rethalion, why? The patron wanted to frame House Steelwind for the murders. Oh, yeah, okay. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime, which is another thing because, yeah, Aster tricked her into signing that form. Yeah. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him. That's why they used my daughter! What was that tinge of anger just now? Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened? We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mage Blight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would be forever diminished. About a month ago, House Freyga lost the Duke of Finance, and his successor, Leif Freyga, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now, the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all. Of all 4 of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre. But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce. Yes. In contrast to Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why did the patron target Garrick Pierce? Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents. Patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? Ah, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... What? You two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you. He sent it to Aster because a king could pardon him. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. That's right. So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? The patron. Who is Aster? There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place. The patron. But that means... The patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Okay, so I'm calling it now. Celeste is a dragon and she's Rethalion's daughter. Order! Order in the court! But I don't understand. I'm sorry, I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron sent the letter to me. But why go to the trouble of luring you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made it a way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste, too. What? They knew I would never meet with Pierce alone, and the information was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information? The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have something to do with her birthright. Right. So who would that leave? The royal family. House Freyga. King de Wirengard just recently died. What if Celeste were a member of the royal family? You think I'm a princess? I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. I don't want to suspect Aster. When it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes. That wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child. Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up. My point is that King Olivier wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Aster, for now. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? House Frege, House Steelwind. House Steelwind? As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only Pillar family whose house leader survived the past month. You think I'm McCoy's biological father? You're barely a father to your actual daughter. I'm only stating the possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it wouldn't have made sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwood would be blamed, but we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. House Frege? I recall during Beatrice Frege's trial, we heard William Frege's last will and testament. It mentioned that House Frege's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children. If McCoy were to be revealed as a Frege, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her. Whoa. Remember the Frege picture that had the guy who got removed? Oh, could I seriously be a Frege? I don't want to suspect Leif or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Freges are no strangers to making deals with demons. However, it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leif or Miriam would do something like this. What are you basing that on? I tend to be a good judge of character, really. Eris, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this. You're far too trusting. Ruby? I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this. I suppose we'll have to see. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. The Eye Taker. What if the Eye Taker orchestrated the whole thing? The Eye Taker? That common criminal? What reason would he have to do this? I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Weirengard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Frege to do so. Since I ruined his original plan, setting up this massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne? But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. I suppose you're right, but we need to consider every possibility. That's honestly all I can think of. Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed. There's something here I'm not seeing, but I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together. Regardless, we still have no idea who or what this Empress of Discord is. Remember, eliminate the impossible and whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Dragons. I'm not saying it was dragons, but I'm kind of saying it was dragons. I am loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Weirengard. Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Weirengard and magic. Do you know who this demon is? I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes, but whoever this Empress is, they are brave to do so blatantly and encroach on my domain like this. Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there. We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads. I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today. Then it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning. You are all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the King's Guard will be keeping watch over all of you. There was still this constant nagging sensation in the back of my mind. Hey, Tyrion? It's as if I were overlooking something extremely important. Tyrion, what was it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember? Tyrion! Sorry. I was thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest? No. We only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will disappear. But you already know what happened, you just don't know who did it. We should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus. But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him? I suppose I'll have to speak with him too. What? No! What if he tries to kill you again? Too late. That's just a risk I'll have to take. Arya's life is on the line. Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved, too? Isn't this above your pay grade? Ouch. You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole situation is crazy, isn't it? The Rathalion situation is crazy. What? It's fine. It's just like any other of our investigations. Our Attorney of the Arcane Ace Attorney investigations. 2. Prosecutors, magic. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? Yeah, my reaction video is coming soon. What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't... Her voice broke and her hands began to tremble. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. I know. You almost died. I know, Celeste. No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. When I saw you all lying on the floor, I'm always so cocky about how I've never lost a fight, and because of that, you... She can't even complete that sentence. Celeste. How could I be so thoughtless? She was attacked by Arya and almost died. I'm sorry, I didn't think... Don't apologize, just please. Please, just leave this to Lucio on the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already, they can figure the rest of it out. And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. What if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. Celeste! I don't care, Tyrion! I'll apologize to all you want after this, but all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore. Even she seemed surprised by what she said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... I'm really happy you're a part of my life. I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but... You're not gonna stop, are you? I'm gonna talk to Lucio. What? If we're gonna beat the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... Nope, you don't get a say in this! And if you're here, not here when I get back, I will find you. Judging from her expression, that wasn't an empty threat. Fine, just go. You might have a point, though. Before everything happened, I wasn't sure if I wanted to continue practicing law. Maybe I needed to consider a safer, quieter life after all this was done. Maybe I could become a card player and a piano player and wear a beanie. I hoped she would still be a part of it. Ugh, what was I thinking about now? I couldn't stop thinking about her lips on my cheek, however brief that was. Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It was surprisingly easy to convince him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. I think actually what happened is the Empress of Discord lost a card game against Rathalion 7,000 years ago. I had to get my face out of her eye line. I just quickly walked past her. Hey, don't walk so far ahead. I needed to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. But when this was all over, I'd have to say those words to her. Well, I suppose I didn't have to think about that until then. She wasn't even a demon then. She became a demon lord to get revenge. Yes. Oh, man. That's what happens when you lose a card game. Using the Kingsguard's teleportation network, we arrived back in Ratholm. At Celeste's insistence, we were being escorted by a division of the Kingsguard. Sir, where will we be headed first? Oh, my newfound authority was definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? We should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles have returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel around Weirengard. Alright. We can go to Frega Manor, we can go to the Nave. Let's go to Frega Manor, I guess. We arrived at Frega Manor, hoping to speak with Leif and Miriam. As I walked by, I passed by several rooms filled with contractors. Some rooms are being repainted, others look like they were being completely reconstructed. After some asking around, one of the servants mentioned that the sisters were entertaining a guest in the study. I normally wouldn't interrupt them, but I needed to use every minute that I could. It's Tracker! Ah! As we entered the study, we were met with this floof of an animal. He was barking at us at first, but his mouth curled up into a dopey smile the moment he recognized me. He's doing the Doge face. Oh, hello, friends! Sorry for Borks. Tracker thought he smelled more rats. You really don't like rats, do you, Tracker? A lot more rats have been showing than usual. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. I scanned the room. Miriam was there too, sitting on what was once William Frega's desk. They appeared to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leif. No, it's no problem at all. The thickness of the atmosphere seemed to imply they knew why I was there. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course. I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation. Should I leave? No. You were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi. Right. Well, first, Leif. Ah, it's your attorney's runestone. You're always showing it to people. I guess I can't help it. It took years of studying law for me to get this. Were those years really meaningless? Leif as a suspect. Life as a suspect. Leif, I'm sure you know why I'm here, but I just want to preface this by saying that I highly doubt that you were behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Only fellow blondes get to have attorney's runestones. Hello, fellow attorney. Well, I don't. Laceric. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. It was obviously that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him? Make no mistake, we fully intend to, but I'd like to cover everything else before we confront him. Let him be, Miriam. It's his fault that Beatrice is... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. What? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he's acting in good faith. He's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see. Okay. Beatrice Frega. You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen? It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then. Maranath fled afterward. What? You would have thought this would be an aside scene or something. It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, We all realized why she was acting so strangely. If it weren't for her, I would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help, please ask. Where were you during the massacre? I appreciate all of your trust, but I have to ask, where were you all between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day? Luckily, we were all together. Me, Leif, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friends were all in the garden before 2 p.m. But at around 2 p.m., my sister went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Miss Ilmater could do to stop it. She didn't do a thing to stop it, I bet. I really do hope she's okay. She went to search for Beatrice, but we haven't seen her since the massacre. You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? No. We were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds, but when we received word of what happened to His Majesty, we decided to head back to the nave. Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No, we stayed together for the entire time, but we did consider splitting up to cover more ground. Right, I suppose that makes sense. And did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. Alright, Beatrice Frege and Eris Ilmater were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m., but after that, they both went missing. Eris supposedly lost track of Beatrice and searched for her in the garden. Leif Frege, Miriam Frege, and Lazaric Asclepius were together and were about to search for Beatrice at 2:05 p.m. However, they were stopped by the King's Guard, who reported that a glyph of contingency had just trapped Aster de Wierengard in a force cage. She went missing shortly after Beatrice did. That's really suspicious. You don't think... It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Not to mention, the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter. She's his what? Beatrice never mentioned that. No, she didn't mention it at all. It sounded like Eris had a lot to answer for. Oh, if only you knew. I'd have to find her first, though. Contracts with a demon. I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately? How dare you, this presumptuous little peasant. Her thoughts and her actions are aligned. No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been with us. I didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them through the eye, but I'd been misled by it before. I let out a frustrated sigh. The lack of evidence pointing to this demon was becoming a giant pain. We still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you about that after the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made that contract with. I understand that, but why not just apply brute force? What? Due to the king's funeral, the King's Guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. They set a trap in the nave, which means they might have been present at the funeral. They must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right. I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. Wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. Is he seriously going to do this? I took out my notes and began looking at my list of suspects. I'd be at it for a while, so I decided to go in alphabetical order. It's definitely not Alaric, he's just a kid. What do you know about Arya? I cleared my throat. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster de Wierengard. Ah! Tyrion, what's wrong? My breath felt like fire inside my lungs. It felt like someone had thrown hot oil into my skin. Oh, wait a minute, this is the thing that was happening in Case 3. The magic inside me felt like acid inside my body. I could only writhe on the floor. I heard the sound of someone screaming, only later realizing it was my voice crying out in agony. What? What's happening to him? Lazarek, your magic. Right. Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that. What? And I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun with you yet. Who are you? Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you. Just this once. See, he was right. Tyrion, please wake up. Celeste, you're okay. I certainly didn't feel okay. Every part of me ached. My skin felt like it was being poked with pins and needles. I felt soreness as I tried to stand up. Are you okay, friend? Tracker nestled his head into my lap. The feeling of petting a white cloud definitely helped. What happened? You died. What? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. Thank you, Lord Asclepius. Thank you. I've never tried that spell on a human before. This is going to be remarkable for my research. Leif shot a glare at the young necromancer. He just pursed his lips and looked around nervously. Eventually, he just sat down in the opposite corner of the room. I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Was that the cause? But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm me? Because it wasn't true. The Aster does not have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. Okay. I mean, yeah, I had to say that, but remember what the Empress of Discord, that obviously was supposed to be, said? I suppose that is still in effect. You can't go around saying lies, but then she was like, oh wait, that wasn't actually a lie. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for Celestials as well. The Divine Edict is clearly some sort of divine magic. Asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. I'm sorry, Lazarek suggested something so careless. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think I can take this. At least we know Aster wasn't behind this. He was trapped in a force cage. It obviously was a great alibi for him. Game. I see. I know your game, you rogue. No blood contract. Aster Guard has no blood contract with the Empress of Discord, obviously. Why are you laying it on so thick? Anyways, it's clear that I can't just issue these edicts without thinking. I'll just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Anyways, it looked like I'd found everything I could here. It was time to move someplace else. The knave? Hey, buddy! Good to see you again. Made any blood contracts recently, Mr. King? Huh? Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. As we entered the nave, we spotted Aster, Alaric, and Lucio gathered near the altar. Lucio was standing still, staring blankly at the empty benches which would have normally hosted hundreds of attendants. Prince Alaric was sitting on a bench, swaying his legs back and forth while he stared at the ground. Aster seemed to be putting on a brave face. His face lit up as he saw us enter the nave. He waved us over, but his eyes widened when he saw me. Are you okay? Your face looks pale. I scratched the back of my neck and avoided meeting his eyes. There was a bit of an accident earlier. Well, Try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand. Why is everything you say so aggressive? Now for the next suspect. Although judging from what happened at the study, it was unlikely that Aster was the patron. Nevertheless, the force cage that trapped him was an instrumental part of the patron's plot. Maybe he saw something that might point to who set that glyph of contingency. I like that I have a piece of evidence that's just like, citation, circular, it's not Aster. Alright, here we go. Ah, your attorney's runestone. I was wondering when I'd be able to see it again. I don't understand either of your fixations on that thing. It's an attorney's runestone, Lucio. It proves that he's a certified attorney. Lucio Steele. Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert? After he attacked me in Frega Manor, I'd always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed me that day. I'm not going to attack you again. You did almost kill me the last time we met. What? That's not... Something changed in you between Drakagan's trial and Frega's trial. Your aura became stronger. What? My aura? Your chi energy is greater than before. Tyrion's been aura farming. Yes, he has. What does my aura have to do with this? It's difficult to explain to someone like you, but warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Frega's familiar. I thought those stories were complete nonsense. Maranath and me? As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. That makes sense. I wouldn't go as far to say that I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit that I feel a certain aura from you that doesn't quite feel human. Okay, but you've met me before in Orano, and something clearly changed since then. Even now, your aura is very noticeable. Wait, was this because of that riddle I solved? Did I gain the Divine Edict because my powers had gotten stronger? Weirengard is no friend of the theocracy. When I sensed you, I thought a cleric had somehow made it into the manor. Do you not sense it too, McCoy? What? Surely you noticed a change in him during the Lord's Ball. Is that true? I did, but I didn't think it was a magic thing. What did you think it was? Well, sometimes you have someone in your life and, well, you start looking at them differently. Oh. I regret bringing this up. Aster. Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. It's because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it? Your Majesty, you are the reigning King of Weirengard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity. Of course. My apologies, Grand General. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of the evidence works in your favor. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Tyrion. He didn't have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord after all. I mean, look, I have a piece of evidence right here that says Aster de Weirengard has no blood contract with the Empress of Discord, obviously. So, I mean, it's true, right? Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless. The Force Cage. Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set that trap for Aster? No, I haven't. It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body. That someone being me, of course. I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we would have avoided this whole tragedy entirely. So your men were guarding the late king's coffin? Yes, there wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded. We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the Force Cage. although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There are also members of the Kingsguard that can cast both Force Cage and Glyph of Contingency. Many of them fell comatose during the massacre. Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty? I think anyone can be made weak when pushed far enough. Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means that we have no way of telling when that Glyph of Contingency was set. I was actually meaning to ask about that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time that trap was set. Well, normally we could. When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try to destroy it. Of course, I didn't even put a dent in the Force Cage. Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the Glyph of Contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's Glyph of Contingency or His Majesty's firebolt. How convenient. I'm terribly sorry about that. The Trapped King. Traces of illusion magic. I forgot about that part. I couldn't blame him for reacting like that, but it was going to make figuring out who did this that much more difficult. Almost as if that was the point! Alright, Arya. Have either of you spoken to Arya since the trial? We have. I think she's doing the best she can. She's quite the resilient girl. No thanks to you. What? She's only in this situation because of you. How interesting. Lucio, that's not me. You're the one who is heartlessly prosecuting her. She's far too weak for this. If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and she instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. You know nothing about her. She's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice. And I'm fine. Her own path. She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty. What are you talking about? He became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside. And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could have easily have done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tamora. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. She thought that if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her. That's ridiculous. Why would she ever care if I noticed her? Even now, you're blind to it. When you were engaged to Lady Freyga, you flaunted your relationship in front of her with no regard for her feelings. Every time you two visited her, she spent the entire night silently crying to herself. This was the first time I'd ever seen him that angry. I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us. But she's weak when it comes to you. Lucio, let's focus on getting through this trial. Tyrion Cuthbert. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter? What do you mean? Surely you understand the gravity of this situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, I'm not an agent of the theocracy. Please. Do you honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? Well... Scaled Lord. You actually are doing it for that reason. I'd read the theocracy's text, but is this really what all heaven's born are like? I don't like thinking about it that way. I'm not doing this because of my divine blood. I admire Prosecutor Steelwind a lot, and I know what it feels like to be hopeless. I won't let her story end like this. I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Oh. Judging from the spell compendiums I had, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set that trap. If the patron was a mage, it was very likely that they were the one who cast Glyph of Contingency. But I was out of options. There was only one more person I could talk to. The Eye Taker. Alright, let's go to the alley. We made our way back to the alleyway that Timora brought us to a month ago. The alley was quiet, but I wasn't sure if I could trust that. We got looks from people living in the nearby buildings. They shut their windows the moment they saw us. I hoped I hadn't raised any alarms. It would be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with us. Celeste actually planned the entire operation. They would walk through the streets and quickly storm the building the moment trouble arose. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. If she ever stopped focusing her magic, that would send a signal to the Kingsguard to storm the building. Are you ready? Yes. Let's do this. The Eye Taker was our prime suspect. Everyone else had an alibi and lacked a motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. I didn't want to suspect her, but her father was a criminal, and she still hadn't turned up since the massacre. Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. I kicked one of the nearby tables in frustration. Several books fell to the floor. Of course he wasn't here. I betrayed him after being brought to his hideout. I took a close look at the desk he was sitting at during our previous visit. There was a thick layer of dust on it. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day I convicted Beatrice. I guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. Celeste tossed away the Kingsguard runestone. A few seconds later, I heard footfalls of soldiers rushing towards our location. Freeze in the name of the Weird God! He and the other knights froze. They saw the empty room. Be careful, sir. I believe they're magically disguising themselves as furniture. They're not here, you idiot. Ah. That's great. I let out a frustrated breath as I took a seat on a chair nearby. It launched a cloud of dust into the air. He was the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means or the motive to do this. Probably long gone by now. It's over. It's never been more over. I'm sorry, Tyrion. You did everything you could, didn't you? What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. A thought came to my head, but I didn't like it. There is one person who might know where he is. What do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Are you sure? You two aren't exactly... I know. But I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. I wasn't looking forward to this, but at the same time, I was. It didn't matter. I had a job to do. The client came first. She was the one who taught me that. The Timora Law Offices. We've never been here before. We arrived at the Timora's law firm. The office of Timora's law firm. Arya had told us that she was still practicing. It was located in the lower districts. It honestly seemed kind of out of place there from how pristine and clean it looked. A place like this belonged in the upper district where the nobles and the merchants lived. But Timora needed her office to be close to her clients. They needed to know they had a place to turn to when the kingdom turned their back on them. I remembered the first day I came to this office. I was starving and filthy. Looking back, it's a miracle I'd even made it here at all. That was the lowest point of my life, and she... Sir? After everything that had happened, I didn't feel ready. Past month, everything that I'd said to her was replaying in my head. I wasn't thinking clearly, but a part of me meant everything that I'd said to her. Would I have said anything differently? I felt the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand within mine again. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Every moment of silence following that filled me with anxiety and dread. I don't know who you think you are, but we... She froze when she saw who her visitor was. She looked completely frozen for a while, but her gaze narrowed at the legion of knights flanking. Am I under arrest? No, of course not. I drew in a sharp breath and just exhaled. Can we come in? Yes, of course. I took a seat inside her office, staying silent as I looked around. It hadn't changed at all. Even though they were my escorts, the nights felt like they were looming over the two of us. Hey, Celeste. Could you take the knights outside and do a perimeter of the building? What? But are you sure? I am. But what if something happens? Celeste. We're in a populated building in the capital city of Weirengard. I think I'll be fine. No, but... She stopped when I raised an eyebrow at her. I knew she was worried, but this was starting to get overbearing. Sorry, you're right. I'll just... With a motion of her hand, the knights followed her out of the office. She was the last one out of the door. She looked back at me before leaving. But after a while, she realized how long she'd been staring and quickly closed the door. Alright, look at it. It's your attorney's runestone. You are the one that gave it to me. Right. Small talk. Is McCoy okay? She's not being her usual self. Yeah, she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. What do you mean? It's a long story, and I don't think I've even allowed to talk about it. Especially not with you. That last part came out with a lot more venom than I'd been into. Another moment of silence followed that. I received your letters. Oh. Did you? I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet. Of course. Whenever you're not busy. It's Tamora's actions. Miss Tamora, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you things about myself that I'd never told anyone. And you told a criminal about it. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about the Eye of Horus. And you knew that. Why would you pull me into this? Did you ever think I would go along with it? For a long moment, nothing came to her. Tamora's past. I had a son once before you. I mean, what? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town just like McCoy's. Wait, you lived in a village like that? My son and I used to run an old tea shop. Just the two of us. It's almost alien now that I think about it. But I was really happy back then. What happened? One night, the ruling lord had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that Lord Randall felt threatened and acted in self-defense. Her fist clenched and shuddered at the thought. Even now it looked like her rage would boil over at any moment. What was your son's name? It was Ryan. Oh. What did you do? It felt like all the color disappeared from the world. How could I find beauty in a world where my son could die? So pointlessly. I tried to tell everyone about what Randall had done. I sent letters to his family, visited his fellow nobles in the other cities. I even traveled to Ratholm to personally talk to representatives from the House of Lords. That's when a retainer from House Sybil came into contact with me. I thought this was it. I thought someone had finally listened and Ryan would finally get justice. But when I met with them, they just gave me a sack of gold and told me to stop pushing the matter. They wanted to pay you off. Do you know what the worst part was? That retainer was just looking out for me. They told me what the nobility was really like. Stories like what happened to my son were commonplace among them. No one ever spoke about it, but there was a silent understanding. Everyone I'd talked to, every noble that threw false sympathy at me, none of them actually cared. They thought they could pay me to let go. They gave me 100 gold coins. That's how much my son's life was worth to them. I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't... No. I told myself that killing him would be too easy. I broke into Lord Randall's manor. I found every incriminating document I could find. I found everything, from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against the other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to punish them. I didn't have to harm or kill anyone. I just had to beat them at their own game. I could use the laws they created as a weapon against them. Just like an attorney. Just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Rearguard's laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients. It was nice to save people, but tearing those nobles down was what gave me life. I was on the warpath. I was acquitting more commoners than any other attorney in Rearguard. I felt invincible. That's when the Eye Taker reached out to me. He said he believed in my cause and wanted to help me. But it was obvious he just needed me for his enterprise. I turned him down. How did he react to that? He didn't do anything. He wasn't even angry. He just told me his offer would stay open. I continued my work, but as I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I was still winning, but the trials got closer and closer each time. I didn't care, though. I thought that no matter what happened, justice was on my side. But then I started losing. I thought it was par for the course. I told myself I couldn't save everyone. But it kept happening over and over again. I kept seeing lives taken away. I kept seeing families shattered. I remember each and every one of their names and faces. I attended their executions because I was powerless to do anything else. The screams of despair of each of their families still keep me up at night. Tyrion Cuthbert. I tried my best to carry that weight. You're gonna carry that weight. But it got harder each time. And then Frey's trial happened. I've never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of lifting your spirits. It didn't matter how much was burdening you, it was like magic. Yeah, I remember. But I failed her. I failed you. I never once blamed you for what happened. I know. But that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. After her execution, I couldn't bear to look at you. This child was broken. Forever shattered because I had too much pride to take help from a criminal. If I'd just done that, your mother would still be alive. I ran from Arno. I wanted to forget about you. But then you showed up at my doorstep, asking me to make you an attorney. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic must I have been to look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child? When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person and wanted to burn them to the ground. But I never even tried to notice that you were nothing like me. You cared about people, and you cared about saving your clients. But I always thought that's what would bring you to my side. How could you possibly think that? Because I thought you'd start losing too. I thought the justice system would break you. I hated myself for it. But I wanted you to fail, so you'd see that the Eye Taker was the only way to win. Maybe you were right about me. Maybe I was just using you, and I forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. If I really did care about you, I would have never pulled you into this. Okay, reconciliation. I've been thinking a lot about what happened. I imagined what it would be like to have a helpless child show up on your doorstep like that. You were living your own life and fighting your own demons. I just thrust myself into it. I didn't give you much of a choice, did I? Cuthbert. We both could have made better choices. You're right. I really don't know what it's like to lose. I'm able to see angles that no one else can, and that served me well. But most of the time I just get lucky and things work out for me. You never had a prosecutor who went easy on you. You never had the Eye of Horus to show you what people were hiding. You fought by yourself. And I can't imagine how resilient you must have been to do that. But I still don't know if I can forgive you. I don't blame you, but I want to try. Miss Tamora, I still want you to be in my life, even if we don't always see eye to eye. The years I spent with you were just as precious to me as the times I had with my mother. She had to blink back a tear as I said that. She shook her head, annoyed. Damn it, Tyrion. Why'd you have to go and say that? Miss Tamora? No. Stop calling me that. What? I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. You don't answer to me. Well, call me by my first name. Okay, Ruby. Dang, it felt really strange after all these years. The Eye Taker. Right. I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something. Okay. I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker. Tyrion. I know. Considering these circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion. But if you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you. Tyrion. The Eye Taker is dead. What? He died right after you convinced Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying that it must have been some sort of retaliation from House Freyga. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you? But Eris said... Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. Then why would Eris say that? Eris? You've met her before. She has long black hair, wears a black dress. Oh, she really likes black. But anyway, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial. What are you talking about? Oh no! She was never at that meeting. What? What was going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for the intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. We got another edit. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will, and her memories were overwritten. No. Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? A part of me hoped that I was wrong about this. Why are Ruby's memories different from yours? Ruby signed a blood contract. That was the only explanation I could think of, but why? Her memory seemed intact except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, I suspected that she may have been involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, but she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. I've never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? Eris Ilmater is the Empress of Discord. Yeah, eventually we just heard that such dangers... I fought literal monsters. When I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. Yep. Run. Yep. He's not usually... It's to be expected. Animals already been able to see me for what I am. Oh boy. There were still very little I know about demons. So who was to say that one couldn't take the appearance of a human? It was a long shot, but there was one way to find out for sure. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall into medical distress, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke. What? There was no way either of them could get here in time, but it was already late, and the trial would resume tomorrow. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy gods and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tamora. So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. This entire time, I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around. You've been making contracts with people across Weirengard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice. But why? Why would you want to do any of this? Oh, I can't possibly reveal all of my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. But I suppose that you've come this far, so how about I give you a little gift? Ruby's blood contract. Upon signing this contract, Ruby Tamora grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Tamora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. It's signed with Ruby Tamora's name. Yo, what was that? Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. And she's not just any demon. She's the Empress of Discord. She's the one running it all. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her. What? It's Tyrion, I swear on my life that I didn't know anything about this. I know, she probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya. What does Prosecutor Steelwind have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract? Celeste. Eris is the Empress of Discord. What? It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract, and she used her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre. What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Maranoth. I know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. But if she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It had already been a day. For someone like her, that would be more than enough time to skip town. We need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know. Yeah, of course. Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We need to discuss our next course of action. Right. Celeste rushed out the door and began barking orders to the knights. I was about to follow her when Ruby pulled at my wrist. Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately? Yeah? I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case. It's just that... What's wrong? Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. It's not as if it's my ability anyways. It's probably nothing. Okay. I know you can't tell me about what you're doing. And I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and this Empress of Discord. Just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left. I will. I promise. Thank you. I'd finally found the lead I'd been looking for, but I wasn't sure where this would take me. Who was Eris? What stake could she possibly have in the politics of Weirengard? She not only impersonated the Eye-Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be my friend. I was terrified of what she was planning. Is something wrong, Commander? Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep? Oh, Orym, I've put too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends. You killed 3 nobles and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this all some kind of game to you? That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative, but I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. I even made sure to go over everything a second time. You're insane. That took you long enough to notice. I guess the oafish Inquisition commander does have some observational skills after all. Whatever. You just better not try anything. You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. Ugh. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking, no more god-awful teasing. It's just me and you. Okay. There she is. Yeah. All right. This is a great time for me to take my break. I'll be right back. And we're going to cross-examine Eris herself. Alright. I'd finally brought the Empress of Discord onto the stand. Even with an ancient dragon looming behind her, she wore the same slightly amused expression she always had. Now that I thought about it, I could never really glean that much emotion from her. It really lay behind those vacant eyes of hers. Now that I knew the truth, it felt as if I were really looking at a doll being puppeted around. Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met like this. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the scaled lord? People of the court, until now, we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We didn't even fully understand who they were. But we know the truth now. People of the Weirengard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon, known as the Empress of Discord. Her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she just entered the Grand Cathedral, posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. He then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility.
Objection!
Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with it. How typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. But let me ask you this. Why are you assuming that the patron is a human? What? In Arya's contract, it says that the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them. What you're saying is true. That makes this a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. You're always trying to protect her, Lucio, but all you ever do is hurt her. Everything is about duty with you. You expected your duty to save Arya at the cost of your wife. How did that work out for you? Oh, dear! You couldn't bear the way she looked at you after that, could you? That terrified look in her eyes must have felt like a knife to the heart each day. Oi! She had no one. He was alone, save for unrequited affections for a man who would never look her way. Did you think arranging that marriage for them would ever atone for beheading her mother? Chris, stop this. All you ever did was find a new way to make her suffer. Okay. She pretty much just let the cat out of the bag. Because Aster has been pretending he has feelings for Arya that he thinks she doesn't have for him. And it's the other way around, you know. And so, yeah, Aster used her. Yeah. I must commend you. You'd make a great demon. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me. What? But I suppose there's one possible way to end my contract. What? What is it? My contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery. You little wretch! I will hunt you until the end of... Enough! Enough of this! Lucio, don't indulge her. We brought her here for a reason. I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. Not even a citizen of Warengard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? What? Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, it's just what I've always done. The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people, you fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... Does it feel good, Tyrion? To know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. Superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. What a grand and intoxicating feeling. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving in to it. That's not... Just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make each and every one of your faces contort in agony and despair. So you're just a monster, through and through. Humanity is a stain in the universe, Tyrion. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are, and I despise those who try to pretend that they're anything different. LOL, LMAO, said this. Yes, it is in my nature. Yep, that's pretty much this conversation. I truly pity you if that's all you see in us. Oh, so now it's us. Heaven has always condemned beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realized that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-gratifying that it makes me want to puke. That's what the Heavensborn are? It is, and I've made it my eternal mission to break them and send them back to their creators in pieces. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life. It took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion. No, are you saying... You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were for you, my dearest Tyrion. All so I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion. No!
Objection!
That's enough out of you, you witch. Lucio. Cuthbert, I gave you an order under threat of execution, and yet you still falter. What are you... No matter who lies before you, you cut them down. I will not accept defeat without a proper fight from you. Are a few empty words enough to force a retreat from you? If that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert? If Eris was the patron, there was very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice, her blood contract was short and concise. But what kind of attorney would I be? No. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here today to talk about philosophy. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out. Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. But I wonder how long that will last. Witness testimony. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Your testimony is pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way, there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion? She may not have technically lied, but she wasn't here to act in good faith. Yeah, yep, yep. Let's see, okay. It's true, okay? So you completely carried out this plan yourself. Well, I clearly had the help of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, so I wasn't truly acting alone. You know what I meant. Yes, I just can't help myself sometimes. To state things plainly, no human willingly helped me with my plan that day. Okay. Okay. How did you find out about it? It was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Oh, Tyrion, I can't tell you all of my secrets, now can I? It wasn't as if I could charge her with perjury. I just had to play along with her games. Use the contracts. That ability of yours is dreadful. Thank you for noticing. That wasn't a compliment! I found it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people. Prey? Well, people know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered. Please, we both know that Arya didn't willingly or knowingly sign that contract. Aren't you just assuming that? What? How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me? My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris. Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point. If that's true, tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. Through the actions... Alright, I facilitated the deaths. Okay. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I've enthralled. That list is very long, you know. Anyways, aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sybil were key members of the Weirengard nobility. What reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them, I just happened to facilitate their deaths. No, but... You specifically went after them. I did, but I didn't have any particular reason to do so. But that doesn't make any sense. I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like me to add that to my testimony? What? It would help you, wouldn't it? Yes, suppose so. I didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Wait a minute. The murder of Garrick Pierce. But why was Pierce's murder so weird compared to the other two? Hang on. What did she say? I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. That is very specific language. I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. I didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. But Garrick's death wasn't quick and efficient. It was weird. Objection! Yes! Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible, but that's not exactly what happened, did it? Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. That's not what I was referring to. Oh? You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match what happened to Garrick Pierce, does it? Is that so? Why did she look so pleased with herself? Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence, but that clearly wasn't your intent. I agree, so why would I do that? For the love of God, can you stop speaking in riddles? I have no love for any god, aside from myself. She was behaving differently from the way she did during her testimony. She finally started being vague. I needed to stick with the facts that I knew for certain. In her testimony, she said the following. She didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. Yeah. She could have been trying to mislead me. Which phrase did Eris use to mislead me? No, considering who she was definitely trying to mislead me. I didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. She used the word specifically. Would that change the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the 3 specific victims, but she might have had a reason to kill in general. Seemed like a stretch, though. She did say that she did all this for me. Did she set all this up so I'd have a mystery to solve? Perhaps one of her other phrases is something you can use. To kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. I just needed Arya to kill my I didn't really have a reason. For all I knew, she could have had a very specific reason to kill them. But she'd said multiple times that she didn't have a reason. Out of all the parts of that statement, that seems the most direct. Perhaps one of her... to kill my victims. It said my victims instead of the victims. It was a small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. Yeah. I even recalled Maronoth using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial. Which could only mean... I still say it was just a prank, bro. Yes. It is just a big old prank. Which could only mean that the victims of this case aren't the same as her victims. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims? Considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim. Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Frege or Arya Steelwind? You're hiding something, aren't you? If that's what you think, it's definitely possible. Again with the vague answers. What did she even agree to testify in the first place? There was nothing any of us could threaten her with. She could have easily disappeared. She never had to come here. Which means that she wanted to come here. But why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd Von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Coraline Sybil? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Demon, who killed Garrick Pierce? I refuse to answer. She was doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she was trying to guide me to the truth, but for what purpose? Was Arya not the one who killed Pierce? Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that. What kind of game are you playing? I knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to be completely random. Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find the truth, so why are you staying silent? And what would be the fun in that? She wanted me to find out the truth. That meant I already had the evidence I needed to do so. You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you? What? How did you... Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality. So think about it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day? Okay. I needed to think through this. I let everything else disappear from the world. I needed to look at each of the pieces and where they lay on the board. Eris wasn't the patron. That meant that someone else was controlling Arya's actions. But they still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do I already know about the patron through the first 2 murders? They knew Von Sanctus was still needing oxygen in his force cage, and they knew Sybil could still drown if she was frozen by Hold Creature and affected by stone skin. The patron is experienced in using lethal magic. They were well versed in using magic lethally. In-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Yeah. had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But something was different about Garrick Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the patron kill him personally? But why? They already had control of Arya. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No. Beatrice was able to slip past them. That was how she knocked me and Pierce up with a sleep spell at 2:30 p.m. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? If the patron was coordinating with Eris, she could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce. The murderer... Let's see, Beatrice wasn't able to kill Pierce quickly. No. Eris had the means to murder Pierce while he was knocked out. It was strange, but there was one possible explanation for why they killed Pierce personally. The murderer chose to kill Pierce personally. They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Did that mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That may explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Hey, for you, yeah. The truth. She wanted me to piece it together. At first, I thought she was trying to blame me for what happened, but if that were true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else that she wanted me to realize. All to throw me into despair somehow. Despair? Oh! Oh no! Then I will become ultimate hope! Through the way the patron controlled Arya. Yes, give me despair. Please. They were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to situations where they encountered spells and all of their restrictions. They also personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what I knew, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. So whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room before the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had a personal grudge against Garrick Pierce. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Aster. What? ... Why? Why can't I do it? Alaric? No. Not... It's not Lazaric, is it? No. Why isn't it... Practice... Wait, not Tyrion, right? Somebody recently mentioned learning Shape Liquid, as I recall. Oh! Let's see. Arya has Shape Liquid. Pierce had Shape Liquid. Von Sanctus did not. Beatrice did not have Shape Liquid. It's not Theon Archius, is it? No? Not... It's not the Duke. Ruby we already talked about. Not Celeste. What? No, that's not... But it was where all the clues led me. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Celeste? No, it can't be. That's not... Eris wanted me to suffer, but I owed it to Arya not to run away from this. Celeste is getting framed, though. It's got to be Aster. Because this stupid piece of evidence here, this is the stupidest piece of evidence. Eris wanted me to suffer, but I owed it to Arya not to run away from this. No. I owed it to everyone within Weirengard to see this through. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Celeste? Is really wanting me to say Celeste? Stop it. It has to be someone else. She would never. No matter how much I wanted to, I couldn't think of anyone else. Who else would Eris have chosen? Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Huh. Let's go. Damn it. Damn it. Ah! My scream of pure rage echoed through the temple. I was giving Eris exactly what she wanted, but I didn't know what else to do. What is this? Is everything okay? Tyrion, are you... I looked at her. We both remained silent, a shared understanding of the truth. There it is. You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. What are you talking about? I demand an explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered? Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now. I wanted to be wrong. I'd never wanted anything more in my entire life. Nothing could make me happier than having this edict fail, even if it cost me my life. But I knew. I finally realized what had happened. I barely muttered my next words. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. She said the thing. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Say it. Say her name so that everyone can hear it. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celeste McCoy. Oh, we got one. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterward, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. So wait, he was dead? I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on? Demon, what is the meaning of this? It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time. That's still tricky wording. I'm not letting go of Aster. It said apparent death. Yes, it absolutely said apparent death. It sure did. Uh-huh. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's still because he did the thing about, you know, manifest Aster, and she said that contract is still in effect. So hang on a second. So did he I don't understand, you know, like I don't know. Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord? I did. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion. What? I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. Beatrice's illusions were too much for me. They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. The person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you. Tyrion, you... She couldn't even bring herself to say it. Do you realize now, Tyrion? Stop it! Celeste McCoy was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed away her soul to me! All that she could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were? McCoy, does this mean what I think it means? Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract. What? How could you? It was stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to... She used that contract to make you act against your will? But it wasn't just Miss Steelwind and Miss Frigga who were controlled that day. You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution. to free your daughter. Indeed. What? Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After the lengths you've gone to for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her. Lucio, you can't act rashly. I'll let you all in on a little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya, no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control. Do it. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did, but I kept holding on to the hope that it was all some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something that would prove that all of this wasn't my fault. I'd finally found the culprit I'd been looking for, and it was absolutely breaking me. The nagging feeling I'd been experiencing, it was my absolute trust in Celeste. Actually, it still hadn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. I suppose there's no reason to continue with this. Wait! I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert, but even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over, and I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer. You can't just... Kingsguard, restrain him. Wait! Lucio! That's enough. What kind of court is this? Arya leapt from the platforms above and landed right under the witness stand. She kicked Eris out of the way, something that caught even her off guard. Arya, I'm so sorry, Celeste McCoy is innocent until proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on her until that is unequivocally proven. You fool! What are you doing? It's your... How dare you, Grand General? What? How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? You aren't even a real prosecutor. You're just a child playing at the law. Lucio stood there, eyes wide and bewildered. He stammered for a bit but said nothing. And you, Tyrion, how can you just stand there? Me? You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until your last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. I need to approach this objectively. Tyrion, to hell with that. Huh? Justice may be blind, but I will not allow it to be rendered heartless. Not as long as I'm here. You mean the world to her. She can sign her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, then you don't deserve her. Tyrion, The prosecutor was right. We were all being cowards. Me, Lucio, even Celeste, we all just wanted to run into the inevitable to save us the pain. Celeste, can you testify about what happened? What? But... Arya is right. We need to do this properly. I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened. Fine, do as you wish. The moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take the stand. Celeste? Tyrion, Witness, please testify about what you did that day. Okay. The truth is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it. It's about time the assistant was on trial for murder. Yep. But I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize that she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. I don't believe that. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. I am still all on Aster. All on Aster. That nagging feeling was still there. And you know why? You know why? I keep bringing it up. It's this. It's this stupid piece of evidence right here. This is the reason. No blood contract, obviously. Well, on with it then. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert. Your memories, okay? She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize it until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. Eris had the power to take control of people against their will, and she clearly had the power to bring back people from the dead. It would be really funny if she was innocent. Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Oh. Yeah. But if that were true, could I even trust my own memories? Yeah. Prayer room a lot earlier for a meeting. Right, I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her? I had to create an alibi. Celeste, the Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony. The testimonies of Prince Alaric and the High Speaker also implicated her. Miss Steelwind also knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things would have ended the same regardless of her testimony. What did Frigga and that demon do when you found them, McCoy? And killed me. How did they trick you so easily? When I went to see what was going on, I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them. And they lied to me and said they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. Beatrice used an illusion to distract me. That's when she... How did Beatrice kill me? She hit you with some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't visibly wound you. Ah! You mean feigned death? Target is a creature that's already unconscious? Ha 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 ha. When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped. Just a second. The target creature will stop breathing and their heart will stop beating. I think she used necrotic blight. I don't think she did. So that's why Lord Asclepius said that I had traces of necromancy on me. She must have lied about trying to heal me as well. What did you do after I died? Nothing, because he didn't die. Yeah, okay. Okay. There is... dirty deeds going on here. I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her. It was also she could make me suffer. Tyrion, I'm so... Stop. Just don't. No, I shouldn't have done it, but I wanted you back. How could you possibly think that was okay? I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't... I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. There will be plenty of time to discuss this privately, Mr. Cuthbert. Alright, didn't realize you'd use my eternal servitude. Right, that part was written in a slightly misleading way. She must have thought that the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell, but instead she took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than to trust a demon. How did Eris make you trick Arya into signing that blood contract? She made me tell Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was originally convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Nah, this is all crap. This is all crap. I don't believe a single bit of that. I followed through with my end of the deal. Okay. How could you think I'd ever want that, Celeste? I knew you'd want this. You wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why should a person like him get to live instead of you? It was an easy choice. I don't care if you hate me after this. But even now, I would still make that same choice. I don't hate... I couldn't let my emotions get out of hand. I needed to focus on the case for now. Perhaps we should focus on what happened for now. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this, but why did I feel like something she said didn't match up with the evidence I had? Was there really something for me to present? Well... see. The commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. Hang on a second. What did Leif say? In the garden. They both went missing until 2 p.m. Yeah, hang on. Beatrice, Frege, and Eris Ilmater were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m. So that's wrong. Yeah, I thought the time for what Leif said was different. Objection! Yeah. Celeste, according to you, you heard a commotion at 1:40 p.m. You went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied all about my fight against Arya. I never even fought her. If that were true, how could I explain this discrepancy? I couldn't trust my own memories, but Leif, Miriam, and Lazarek shouldn't have been affected. The thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? But I was pretty sure of the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m. Wait, what did you just say? A meeting with Pierce. It was scheduled for 1:45 p.m. What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? Celeste, your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match what we've learned thus far. What? But I swear I'm not lying. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, you saw them at 1:40 p.m. But Leif, Miriam, and Lazarek didn't lose track of them until 2 p.m. What? When did they say that? You were there with me when we spoke to them. I know. I was paying really close attention. I need to see how close you were to finding out the truth. So, why can't I remember? I don't know. She couldn't remember? Which physical piece of evidence contradicts Celeste's memories? Let's see. The physical piece of evidence? Let's see. Ruby's blood covenant contract. Debris near the balcony. From one Aster to Weirengard, and Arya still spoke with High Speaker. Didn't answer. Oh, she was gone at that meeting. She said that we arrived at the meeting much earlier than I remembered. Letter? Oh, it's the letter, because he said 2 p.m. So it's this letter from Garrick Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2 p.m. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely. But we don't know the full extent of her capabilities. Can we really rule that out? You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At that point, anything was possible, and we knew too little about Eris's abilities to say for sure. Monokuma, what do you say about that? But if Lucio was right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crime. She could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wanted. But if she had done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, which she isn't, every piece of evidence I'd found or deduced had been logically consistent, as if Celeste isn't the patron. The contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. What explains Celeste's contradicting memories of what happened? But there was a far simpler explanation.
What if...
Eris Ilmater changed the memories of Celeste McCoy? Yeah. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she could manipulate my memories, what's to say that she's not manipulating your memories right now? I guess that's possible, but why would she even bother doing that? For the lulz. She wouldn't need to do that unless she still had something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Who the actual patron is, maybe. Wait, if that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind. That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. Oh. Celeste? It's really obnoxious how persistent you are. What? Why can't you all just give up already? That's you, isn't it, Eris? Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here. Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body. Too late, Lucio. I win. Celeste! Damn it. Harris, what did you do to her? I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice. You... Why would you do such a thing, demon? What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in an eternal sleep? I could have just done that from the beginning, though. We can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know is Celeste. Ever since I discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility had been floating around in my mind. But was it even possible? No, that didn't even matter. Eris Ilmater, what is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? Assuming there's anything to even dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means. Lucia, what is it? Your men should know where Ruby Tamora's law office is. They do. You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf. Wait. Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye to her in person. You're not serious, are you? That's a unique sprite. Nice. I am among the eldest evils who have ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct? By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute your blood contract with Celeste McCoy. I'll state it plainly then. There will be no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw. I don't care. What? He said it in red. That's an Umineko reference. Oh, I love it. Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her? You're insane! You're just risking death for nothing! Why are you so nervous? Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her. Stop this! What? Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. It's recommended you make a save file now. Okay? Alright. I've killed people. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. I've never felt the uneasiness they all mentioned, not even once. Maybe I'm some kind of unfeeling monster. You can solve a murder easily, but you're kind of hopeless when it comes to people's hearts, even with the Eye of Horus. But you never treated me differently. At first I thought it was because you didn't see the real me. But then I realized that you were the one who saw me the most. You made me feel like I was the best version of myself. All the murders with you, walking around Rathholm together. Even just talking to you. You feel at home when I'm with you. It was always my job to protect you, but you were the one that always made me feel safe. You brought light into my world. You've done the same for so many others. You could have done great things. You could have spent your entire life shining brighter. I really don't understand. Why would you throw it all away? It's good to see you, too. Ow, what was that for? You know what it's for, you jerk. Do you know what I had to go through just to get you back? What else was I supposed to do? Did I just let you die? Yes, that's exactly what you should have done. A lot better than gambling with your life. I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me? Oh my, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth. I knew you'd do something stupid like this. You know I always get to the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating. I could have gotten away with it. You can't even beat me at chess. How are you going to hide a murder from me? She scowled at me. She couldn't find a response. Then the anger slowly drained from her face. Tyrion, I killed Pierce. I know. He was going to be executed in 1 month anyway, and what was his life when compared to yours? When I looked at them and they're just lying there unconscious, I felt something welling up inside me. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that meddling eye of Horus. What? I wanted him to experience a fraction of the fear and pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So I... Celeste? You must hate me, don't you? We've already established... Pierce... She didn't kill Pierce. I'm going to call that right now. We've already established your memories are faulty. Why couldn't you just let me die? I've been thinking a lot about these cases over the last few months. I thought Pierce was pure evil. Von Sanctus, too, but I've started to realize that the world can be really cruel sometimes. They have chosen to be awful people, but it's not as if the system gave them any reason to stop. Theodore Redmond thought he was killing someone evil. Beatrice had everything taken from her, so she tried to take it back no matter the cost. Even Ruby. She only worked with criminals because of what the nobility was capable of. I haven't stopped thinking about what Von Sanctus almost did to my hometown. If this plan succeeded and I knew about it, even I might have. Plus, you were manipulated and tempted by demons just like they were. You don't hate me then? You are, and always will be, extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you. Tyrion, I won't abandon you. No matter where you go, we're going there together. Tyrion, we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate a victory prematurely, but if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris, I can't believe you brought me here. I will never hear the end of this from my father. Where are we? Her father? The courtroom of the gods, the place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back. I knew it. What? I didn't come here without a plan. I noticed something. That sadistically playful demeanor has been cracking ever since we brought Celeste onto the stand. You're nervous, aren't you? There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here, and I'm going to find out what. Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's just irritating. I suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you. Argument. Oh. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw. So says the word of Asmodeus. Asmodeus? By his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies. That is my domain, Heavensborn. Let's see. Agree. It doesn't matter if your contract is perfect. I am not leaving here until you relinquish. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Yeah. If disputing a blood contract were truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances that may be created when they make a contract. That's right. You're hiding something that you desperately need to keep hidden. Oh, really now? You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories. But the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest. Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Leif Frege. Yes? How are you so sure that her testimony is reliable? It's supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound. Oh, really? It looks like you've made a contradiction. What? Leif Frege, Miriam Frege, and Lazarus Asclepius encountered an illusion. And that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus. What? An illusion? What kind of illusion? Who knows? My statement still stands. You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence. Can't speak lies, Tyrion. The immutable fact is all the evidence I need. In this court, the only thing that matters is what is true and what is false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Leif's testimony is unreliable. She could just say whatever she wanted without having to provide any context. But she only said that Leif was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Was there something else that proved Leif didn't begin her search until 2 p.m.? What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Let's see. Steelwind. Wait. Hang on. Yeah, Aster. Because it was Aster. Yeah. 2 p.m., Aster de Weirengard went to pay his respects and he got trapped because they got told that. Yeah. Regardless of when it happened, Leif and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that? I won't deny it. Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body, and it didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leif and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened. The Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leif was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time. You're predicating that on the testimony of the king. Not just him, Eris. Several members of the King's Guard witnessed this. True, and that's why I'll respond with this. An activated force cage did not trap Aster de Weirengard during or after 1:50 p.m. So says the word of Asmodeus. But how? That testimony came from multiple people. Are you saying that the trap was sprung earlier than that? Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me, but I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contracts with multiple knights of the Kingsguard. So says the word of Asmodeus. What? I tampered with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened. How many people did you make contracts with? Little Lady Steelwind has been investigating my work for the last few months. But I've had my talons in Weirengard for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time. But even the Kingsguard? No one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your girlfriend should know that better than anyone. Still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence. Oh, really? Whose testimony will be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so, you can't have possibly made a contract with everyone there. Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible that I have a blood contract with everyone present during the massacre. This is the red truth from Umineko. Ah! Unfortunately, though, I can see the world with love, Eris. I've read Umineko. I know what you're trying to do. So says the word of Asmodeus. Are you kidding me? But you only said it's possible. You never said that it actually happened. You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of proof is on you. That's completely ridiculous. How could I possibly verify a statement like that? It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. That sounds more like your problem than mine. Nothing to say, Tyrion. Isn't this the part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence? As long as her statement stood, I had to doubt every piece of testimony I'd gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been compromised except Aster. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you. I suppose you're right. So are you going to use his testimony? He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game, but I suppose I should be thankful to you for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had, and I truly mean that. Tyrion. Come on, there had to be something I could use. But all the testimonies I gathered could potentially be more lies created by her. Tyrion, you have to say something. My strength was fading. The divine light inside me was diminishing. I could feel the weight of her presence dragging me to the ground. This has always been a contest of willpower. It looks like you were found lacking. No. I recalled what happened during Beatrice's trial. I wasn't sure if it was a dream or something else, but I'd heard my mother's voice. Please, I need your help. Just tell me what to do. I heard nothing back. I knew this was a long shot, but I was still holding out hope. However, Eris was a being who wrapped herself in layers upon layers of lies. She had the power to make me doubt everything. Witness testimonies, even the physical evidence I possessed could be a fabrication. How could I possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. It's not fair, Miss Tamora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly. Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent. How are you so calm right now? Is that what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want. They can. And that's exactly, well, how I'll beat them. What? Look, Cuthbert, every part of this system is against us. But there's one advantage we can have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic. Logic? What power is this? Oh! See, there's a higher dimension. There's a higher dimension that we need to send Eris to. And I think we know what it is. Tyrion, the prosecutor, does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those pieces to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within that box is the truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie. But how does that help us? You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into that box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact in that box is false, the entire thing falls apart. But surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box? Well, you can force them to. What? You can present your own truths, and you can force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. This is all a big Umineko reference, and I love it. By doing that, you decide the terms of battle. You control what goes into the box. I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it. Don't worry. You've always been a sharp kid. I know you'll do great things, so don't give up. This is all Umineko. I love it. Eris's last statement. What's in the box? The cat box. Eris's last statement hinged on the time that Beatrice disappeared. She could only change Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier, which can only mean one thing. Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. What was that? I said... Whoa! Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. So says the word of Horus. What? I felt myself filled with the radiant power of Horus. It was the same sensation I'd felt in the Haraldson's gallery last month. I could feel the divine light of the upper plane spreading through me. Tyrion, you have wings! Wait, really? I spun around slowly, only catching glimpses of the golden wings that had sprouted from my back. I didn't even notice it. My feet weren't even touching the ground anymore. Where did you learn how to do that? I just chuckled. You could be so funny! You know, I've been wondering something, and it's been bothering me for a while. If demons like Maronauts existed, then surely angels did as well. I couldn't be the only person left to stand in your way. There had to be someone out there. who could stop you. An immortal angel, a holy warrior, something. I'm a defense attorney, for crying out loud. I'm not qualified to fight a demon. That's right, you wretch! I have lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes. I am a god! Yeah, you are. How can you logic out a god? And I don't see any angels or paladins rushing in to help us, so I guess I'll have to do. And this is my skill set. Man, king, or god, you're not leaving here with Celeste's soul. What happened? Celeste? I'm here. So you so graciously bared your soul to me. Perhaps I should respond in kind. The Lord of Shadows, sovereign of the Sixth Circle. I am the question that gnaws at every answer. I am the creeping blight, feeding off of the arrogant as they crumble from within. I am. Oh! Arisil Mater, the Empress of Discord. So says the word of Asmodeus. What? What is that thing? That's some, Deathmark boss fight here. Did you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I am older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell. So this is what you really look like. It suits you. Why, thank you. It doesn't matter what form you take. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back. Kick her ass, Tyrion. Come on, let me carve out your souls and melt them in the fields of Malabolgia. Fate's challenged. I need to be careful. I was bound by the same rules as her now. I couldn't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, why would you go through so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m. From the axiom I declared, I knew Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Why did Eris change Celeste's memories? Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what? Eris needed Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet, that won't work this time. Objection! Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Nothing to stay? You can't stay quiet forever! Oh. I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. Repetition requested! Alright. So, an event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. It wasn't Garrick, obviously. It was, Von Sanctus's murder, right? Yeah. Objection! It was the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You needed Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd Von Sanctus's death occurred at 2:05 p.m., which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract, all in the span of 5 minutes. That's, yes, this is something, yes. Okay, it's getting, the plot is moving into where my mind has already been at. Oh! If that's true, could it possibly be that Celeste isn't the patron? What? It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris? Your desperation is almost pitiful. My response is that there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steelwind that blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Is something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept. Sometimes. But Celeste did betray Arya's trust. She always spoke in technicalities. I couldn't take that claim at face value. Let's see. Remember, the blood contract is strange. Unlike Beatrice's, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half. Yeah. Couldn't take that claim at face value, but this could also be a trick. I could declare outright that Celeste wasn't the patron, but if I was wrong about that, I'd most definitely die. First, I would need to assume that Celeste wasn't the patron. What would logically follow from that? Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? If Celeste wasn't the patron, that contract would have already been signed. I already concluded that the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal doc. She bumped into Arya. Celeste read it. Yes, because it was the marriage agreement that we don't have in evidence, I don't think. Because she handed it to her because she was like, oh, she read it. And she didn't tell Tyrion about it. Yes, I recalled something happened before we entered the prayer room. What was it? Celeste. No, Arya dropped the contract in front of Celeste. And it was brief, but there was a short exchange. Wait. Celeste. Wait, dropped Garrett. Oh, I did Garrick Pierce. That's weird. Arya dropped the contract in front of Celeste. There we go. As she skittered away, I saw something fall out of her pocket. It was her runestone. Oh, Arya, you dropped something. Yep. An image of some evidence appeared. Yes! It was literally... Yes. Yes, I'm happy for you. Right. Would Arya really have taken a picture of that contract? If it were disguised as a legal document, taking a picture of it would have been illegal. If a picture of the contract had been in Arya's runestone, she technically handed it to her. But that didn't necessarily mean she wasn't the patron either. Is something wrong? You look conflicted. No, from the very beginning, she'd been trying to get in my head. She thrived on doubt and mistrust, but I'd always known from the very beginning. Celeste would never betray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwind's blood contract, so says the word of Horus. Yep. Blood contract is strange. So Arya drop it. Yeah. Got it. Even now, you trust her that much? Wait, but that means... You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think that she did it. So it's not my fault? It isn't. That had a far more unsettling implication. Someone else was the patron, but who was it? It's... Oh, we got him. We got him. One move at a time, Tyrion. The endgame would reveal itself in time. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed? Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then. But that means none of this is her fault. Foolishness! Think again, Heavensborn. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Rhaegar were directly responsible for the death of Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. Right, there's still the death of Pierce. It doesn't matter who is responsible for the massacre as a whole. Here, all that matters is the validity of my contract. You act like you're in control of the situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you? Who can say for sure? The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait. Is it possible that I didn't die? Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste. Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could all be a fabrication. Foolishness! You wish to cling to that hope? Then let me state it plainly for you. Celeste McCoy did in fact observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. Ah ha ha ha! I did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus. I'm sorry, Tyrion. How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died? Knowing her she could be baiting me into telling a lie. But it was equally likely that she was bluffing. If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. So says the word of Asmodeus. Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? Yeah. Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Maranoth be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some trouble. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily. So says the word of Horus. That's not the same as saying that it was impossible for me to do it. But it will require a large amount of effort on your part. Perhaps. But recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there. And by all accounts, she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? I have experience in first aid. It wasn't good. You weren't breathing and your heart was stopped. He tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail. Right, there was no way my body could survive that naturally without oxygen and blood flow, unless I was hit with a feigned death spell. And Eris just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate me. There had to be more to this than I was seeing. What could have created this scenario? Gee. Feigned death? You may have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control. Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead? No, the opposite is actually true. Beatrice Frege cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus. What? I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you. No, for everything I did, it was for nothing! That means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. The contract only said that he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up. That eliminated the first paragraph as a possible weak point. And that only left the death of Garrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding? Whatever could you be talking about? Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Since you... Did Pierce kill himself? Did he kill himself somehow? Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... Well, this could be another elaborate trick. I need to be careful. I needed to find out exactly what went wrong. The only person who knew what truly happened in that room was Eris, but that could still be used to my advantage. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrick Pierce? Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adoptive father, and he was originally slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason to not trade his life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that would have been an easy choice for me. She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes. How tedious do you plan to make this? Neither the Empress of Discord, Arya Steelwind, nor Beatrice Frege killed Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. You can't do this to me, game. I'm sorry. I've played all of Umineko. I know how this works. Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed that contract already. You had control of her at the time. The contract states that she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control of her actions until Pierce died. Pierce died until she killed Pierce! What if someone else killed Garrick Pierce on accident? Maybe of the member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered the prayer room. Yeah, try again, Tyrion. Garrick Pierce's death was not an accident. It was intentional and committed with malice. Well, I'm at it. Oh. Celeste, Tyrion, Beatrice, Arya, and I were the only creatures in the room with Garrick Pierce when he died. So says the word of Asmodeus. Do you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you have for Pierce's death, but the truth of the matter is... Garrick Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions. So says the word of Asmodeus. Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you? I can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that. What? You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can fully manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened, and you don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me that was you. Pierce killed himself! Why, though? He killed himself! You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories. But all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died. And now I can figure out what actually happened. Wait! Who killed Garrick Pierce? Garrick Pierce killed Garrick Pierce. Erisel Mater. Empress of Discord. No, stop this! I'm not sure what could possibly have driven him to do something like that. Yeah, Pierce redemption arc? I wonder. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life. What? You know what that means, don't you? But for the sake of it, I'll say it in a way that makes it abundantly clear. Yeah, she logically, the wall of logic, the only possible explanation at that point was that he killed himself. Stop this! Stop this right now! Objection! Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. The conditions of your contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill. That renders it logically invalid. That's checkmate, Eris. Where's his wings? You filthy little... Contract nullified. You're back? Does this mean you... I successfully voided Celeste's blood contract. Alright, we're gonna keep going. I think we're near the end, yeah. I looked inside my satchel. Opening the bar where I'd been keeping Celeste's blood contract. There was only ash inside it now. Well, you're still alive! How? You... Her face was tightened in pure contempt and rage, but she wasn't looking at me this time. Me? You little bitch! I could have accepted losing to Heavensborn, but you? What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. This can't be... It appears that he's quite dead. He killed himself to prevent Tyrion from coming back to life, so this wasn't a Pierce redemption arc. It was malicious. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm, but there's still something you can do to save him. What is this? Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him. And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't... What? What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. Oh, he never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus. That doesn't matter. I can't do it. It's just... This man killed your father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person? I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard. Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is wonderful and beautiful. I would never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him for that? I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract. Contract? Ah, I see now. What? So you're his little consort, aren't you? Bikakwa. Wait, get out of the way, you idiot! Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid. The only one stupid here is you, bastard. You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you chose, they were never going to let me live. They? Every choice I make is mine alone. Wait, stop! I'll see you all in hell! Damn it. Manas. Are you trying to heal him? But he aimed straight for his heart. No! Come on, you waste of human flesh, wake up! I need you alive! What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back. No! No, 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 no! Pierce was dead anyway, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality. I never realized what I actually did. You signed a faulty blood contract! One drafted by me! Where do you get off acting like you're any better than them? What? Ideals? Righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit! I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you're human! And you're a killer! All of you are rotten to your disgusting cores! You would all tear at each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to. Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of the celestial self-righteous morality. If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. It has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or if she's a human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris. Is that so? Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? What? So you figured that out, did you? When you went on that little tirade about how much you enjoy killing Heavensborn, I had some suspicions. And how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother, the person who ruined your entire life is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something? I think all I feel for you right now is pity. Oh, that's rich. You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal moment in my eternal existence. And yet you put all of this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't. Oh, was that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course, Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us, and you can't lie to yourself. No, that can't. And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be like this from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us. What did you just say? You're envious of humanity. You don't grow, you don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. You'll also be eternally unhappy and eternally pitiful. That's why you envy us, because you'll never be free from that fate. It is completely... You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim because it would be a lie. You know what? Maybe you are right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. But I'm still going to try. What? Oh, did Rathalion? To think you would threaten violence in my presence. Arrogant witch. Rathalion just ended her? This isn't the end for a creature like her. She'll be back one day. Yet you look no more perturbed. We're not done here. There's something I need to tell all of you. The patron. Are you serious? The patron is still unknown to us. But with Celeste's contract voided, she should have her real memories back. Do you remember what happened in the prayer room? You were the only person who witnessed their deaths. I've really been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract. When I caught a glimpse of it, but I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most. It's possible that she will need some time to truly recover from the Empress's demonic influence. We don't have that kind of time. That demon let us run in circles for the entire morning. Not to mention that we've lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon. Right, we have less than 3 hours before every magical trace at the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will help jog your memory. Okay, I'll do my best. Just tell us what you remember, Celeste. Any detail might help, whether it's true or false. Okay. Let's see what she's gonna say. Witness testimony. I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m. and we heard that commotion outside at 2:20. I saw Arya attacking the guards there, and I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but Beatrice just cast feign death on him. Anyways, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. A few minutes... Wait, what? Died at 2:45 p.m. No, because how long does Force Cage last? An hour. That makes 0 sense. They would... No. That's wrong. The king was still trapped. Only the times of each event had changed, but testimony remains the same. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I still like to cross-examine her. Go ahead, then. No, that's wrong. The end statement there. No, the king was still trapped. Objection! That doesn't make any sense. Wait, what? What is it, Cuthbert? Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died? Yeah. I remember that part pretty well. Eris seemed really worried about being seen by them. Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert? It's just that... May I remind you that we are extremely pressed for time. Out with it. Stop wasting our time. Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45 p.m. and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes afterward? Yeah? Where are you? Wait... That raises a big... Oh, yes. See? See, it's all coming together. It's all coming up Aster. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 p.m. when he should have been trapped in a force cage until 3 p.m.? Wait, you're not serious, are you? McCoy's memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported that His Majesty led them into the prayer room after he exited the force cage. Normally, that would be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony, but we can't trust their testimony. What are you talking about? While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the Kingsguard. What? They were working together with her. And if those contracts were structured similarly to Celeste's, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning. How could I have let this happen? That's so ridiculous. Are you saying that everyone who remembered seeing His Majesty in that force cage has their memories manipulated? No, I think there's a simpler explanation. What would that be? His Majesty must be a powerful mage. Wouldn't he know how to cast major illusion? If he'd placed an illusion inside the force cage, he could take advantage of the chaos and the contracted Kingsguard to slip away. Even if we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room? I understand your point, but do you understand what you're implying? I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just stating the facts that we know. We know that a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind, so much that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract that he gave her. Ah! There's only one person who meets that criteria. Aster de Weirengard, the reigning king of our kingdom! Enough! Quiet, all of you! Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? You're claiming that the king collaborated with a demon? I do. But I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goal seemed to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. He made us believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it. Very well, then. I suppose it's only right, then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should be allowed to explain himself. King's Guard, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating, Aster. Of course. I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I am hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? Are you referring to Celeste's testimony? I'm sorry to say this, but can we even trust her testimony? She's no longer on the effects of a blood contract, which you claim no longer exists. But only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is... After everything that just happened, how can we trust you? What? You disappeared for quite some time to who knows where. And the only person who was there with you was Celeste, and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. And wasn't it a little convenient she was burnt to cinders almost immediately after you returned? She said it multiple times that didn't actually kill her. And now you're signaling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into her puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? That's right. How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've all heard the stories. He's practically a dissident. He's an agent of the theocracy. It's plain as day. I could feel the room turning against us. Sorry. I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done, but I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. What's that? Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I truly was in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it. Huh? Wait, that's right. I already tried that before and it didn't work. Which means that he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? I can't. I already tried and nothing appeared. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her. But we all saw Celeste's blood contract, and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Lady Steelwind is to be saved, we all must accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time this trial came to its conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace? Was he really just defending himself, or was this something else? Either way, there was clearly a reason why he hadn't been in that force cage for as long as he claimed to. Eris went to so much trouble to hide that fact in Celeste's memories. Aster had to have been part of the plan, intentionally or unintentionally. What part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to be in some... Yeah, it might have left behind. Arya was tricked into signing the blood contract. Aster is the one who had to do that. Yeah. That's the one thing. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow. It was the marriage document. Well, you've seen how she is around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do. No. Arya may be extremely lovesick around him, but she's still an attorney. He would be careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. And I remember something when you caught a glimpse of it. You immediately started teasing her. I'm really trying to, but I just can't remember what I saw. If I was teasing her about it, it might have been related to her relationship with Aster. Oh, it was a marriage license. I'm sorry, I know that doesn't really narrow it down. No, that's exactly the clue I needed. Really? Arya signed a marriage license. Aster, there is one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. I recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage to Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document. But I just realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind you to her so long as you both live. Wait, are you saying... No! In other words, till death do you part. Objection! Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed. Bringing such heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation. Now he's turning to date the High Speaker in this man descent. Hey, Arya took a picture of it. I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it. But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material that it was written on. The original document wouldn't be visible on your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster. What? Don't you wonder how I knew about the blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. It's fitted with artificery. We can use them to take pictures of evidence and crime scenes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. And did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed? What? She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license, even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a cell with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. But she had simply left any of those anti-magic fields and checked her runestone. She would have found a picture of a marriage license with the exact same words as her blood contract. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker? I was never one for stories. I found them to be overly tempting distractions from the cruel reality of the world. But when I was a child, I loved fairy tales and children's stories. Back then, I was once naive enough to believe that the king was the most powerful person in Weirengard. I saw the suffering of the people. I saw the commoners who suffered under the nobility day after day. And I saw my father, sitting on the throne, letting it all happen. I hated him. I hated his apathy. I hated his indifference to the people's suffering. He did nothing as the four pillars bled this country dry to feed their own vices. Nevertheless, I was his firstborn son, and I was next in line to the throne. One day, I would be able to do what he could not. I prepared. I studied the arcane arts, which would become the cornerstone of our culture. I mastered the pastimes of the aristocrats, all so I could earn their admiration and respect. However, there was a demon inside my head. He whispered unnerving temptations. He told me that villains must fall for the innocent to thrive, but I would not hear it. Young as I was still a member of the royal family, and soon I would be the most powerful person in Weirengard. I used my position to connect with the commoners who were suffering. I promised them I would save them from the tyranny of the nobles who would one day answer to me. But it was all a lie. I simply didn't realize it at the time. The more I challenged the four pillars, the more the people suffered. My efforts were met with retaliation. The aristocrats thought I was spoiled, and they took the rod to the people. House Frigga and House von Sanctus were drunk on their power. They would slaughter as many people as it took to persuade me to fall in line. House Steelwind, House Sybil, even the Scaled Lord himself. They all cowered in fear of change and anarchy. They did nothing. My only ally, who I thought unbreakable, had been crippled and driven away by this kingdom's cruelty. I realized why my father sat on the throne with such numbness in his eyes. It was not that he wouldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything. He was forced to watch in horror as the aristocracy held his people ransom. He carried that despair inside him like it was poison, and it ate away at him worse than any disease. Heavy was the crown, and hell was brought on whoever sat upon the throne. I'd fallen into despair, and had no one to give me hope. And that's when that demon's voice returned. You tried mercy, you tried diplomacy. Where has that brought you? They prey on the innocent because they thought you wouldn't strike back. They butcher them every day, hoping that you'd become numb to it like your father. Tell me, young prince, how many corpses must be stacked before you accept what needs to be done? Eris, how could I make such a choice? You wouldn't be choosing violence. You'd simply be choosing who that violence would be directed at. It's not as if they don't deserve it. You could continue to watch the people you love suffer. You could pat yourself on the back for being more virtuous than your enemies while the innocent burn. What will you do? What I must. That's creepy. In truth, it was quite easy. I always hated how little everyone thought of me, but it turned out to be quite the blessing. I was worried that Lucio would see through that illusion trapped within the force cage, but he never even gave it a passing thought. Hunting von Sanctus and Sybil was no different than shooting wild boars in the forest. Lady Steelwind moved exactly as I needed her to. It was as if I were moving and flexing my own arm. I doubt anyone genuinely missed those two. Even if they did, they were outnumbered by the lives I had saved with their deaths. So why raise such outrage over that filth? Why, Mr. Cuthbert? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. No. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's hardest to disprove. No, not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it will make you look away. I imagine you're very familiar with that feeling. Your Majesty, what are you... I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Mr. Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyway. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. You... Master, you wretch! Are you saying that it was you? It was, Lucio. What of it? I was simply cleaning up all of your messes. If it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it much more cleanly. She promised me that she'd have a leash on McCoy by the end of this. What a mess she's made. How could you? And what right do you have to judge my actions, oh great-scaled lord? Pardon me? No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. I am the King of Weirengard, am I not? Is that not my right? You're insane. Do you seriously think everyone in this room will let you get away with this? I do. Who is going to stop me? The Scaled Lord. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I asked who was going to. What? Why aren't either of you saying anything? Yes, Rithalion, have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child wears the crown. Or would you take the throne for yourself? I've read the uncensored records of what happened the last time. But I'm sure centuries of isolation have done wonders for your ability to lead. Rithalion! Mister will not kill indiscriminately, Mr. Cuthbert. He just admitted to murdering 2 people. He's been prepared to lead from his birth. I willingly turned my head away from this kingdom. I know nothing of what Weirengard needs. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty that it is not to seize control of this nation. Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try to depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Weirengard? I have nothing but contempt for William Frege, but I suppose I must be thankful. He did a wonderful job of tearing you down. The people would never accept you. You're a man with the blood of thousands on your hands. Imagine if you deposed the new king of Weirengard before the previous king's body was even interred. I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that could plunge this nation into. I am sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Weirengard would look to other nations. Aster, you're holding everyone hostage! Tell me, does this terrify you at all? To know that I can do whatever I please with no one who can stop me? Is that not what you've all been doing? To the rest of this country? And I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. It is quite exhilarating to say. I can see why you're so fond of it. What are you all doing? Lucio, she's your daughter. You have to do something. My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Weirengard for her freedom. You know that to be true. He killed so many people. He enslaved Arya. He almost did the same to me. Wait. Why did he need you to sign away your soul? What do you mean? Eris was the one who wanted it. But this was his plan. That outcome had to benefit them both. If Aster is the patron, that also means that Pierce originally sent that letter to him. Right. Aster, yeah, royal blood. There's a problem with that. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne, so why would he go to so much trouble to murder Pierce and gain control of you? Maybe he just wanted to be sure? But he wouldn't have had Eris head to the prayer room personally if it wasn't important. She can't lie. If she promised to do a job, that job would have been done. He needed to silence both you and Pierce during the massacre, which means you two were even more important targets than Von Sanctus and Sybil. Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail? Would the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Celeste's parentage? I recalled what I knew about Weirengard's laws regarding the royal throne. Wasn't there something someone mentioned about that? The Scaled Lord. I recalled a conversation I had. Right. Kingdom includes him in our constitution. Yeah, honorary position. Yeah, it's never familiar law. Yes. Wait, the Scaled Lord and his kin could override the king's rule? Wait. Who is Celeste's father? Oh! I called it! I called it! I called it! Rathalion! A flood of memories came back to me. The authority. Yeah, she just beat the crap out of him because she has the strength of a dragon. Yep, and she learns magic like crazy, a new spell every day. Yes, it's all coming together. Yes. Lines. Yes. He senses it, yep. Always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Ooh. What is it, Tyrion? Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic, she inherited all of it from him. Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden. Once I revealed this, there was no going back for her. Did I really have any right to do this? Yep. No, Arya's freedom wrote in on this. I'm sorry, Celeste. This could ruin your life. What? What are you talking about? How could I even begin to explain this? Do it. You don't understand. I owe you and Arya for what I did. Whatever we need to do, it's to save Arya. Just keep your promise, okay? Like I said, we're in this together, and I'll always be there when you need me. No matter where you go, we're going there together. Good. Are you two done flirting with each other? Aster, I know the identity of Celeste's father. What? No. You're bluffing. You have to be. You said that no one could contest your rule of Weirengard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there is one more person, isn't there, Aster? What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord can override the will of the king. And his kin, Lucio. I suppose that's... Aster de Weirengard, you needed Eris to capture Celeste during the massacre. It's because her existence would always prove a threat to your rule. This can't be real. People of the Weirengard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathalion, ancient dragon and creator of all arcane magic. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I? I'm half dragon? Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company. So that demon was speaking the truth. Oh, so that's what Maranoth told him. Okay. Aster de Weirengard. As the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as the ruler of Weirengard. Celeste, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation? Much less one so broken? You'd just be trading one hell for another. Just tell me one thing, Aster. How could you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. Loved me. She hated me. And why wouldn't she? I was weak back then. I was pathetic. You idiot, she wanted to change Weirengard together with you. You didn't need to do any of this. Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think you two were the first people to try to change this nation, while still working within its laws. There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals. Once. I watched for my whole life as he compromised on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain the stability between the noble houses to uphold law and order. And do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No. The people who paid the price were the commoners. The kind of people you two were always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it. You had the power to do just that. I am changing it! You worked so hard to find the truth behind those murders. But here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room except you two. Half of the people present here today are glad that they're gone, and the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Every day across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed on its people like carrion. I am merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you who came running at the news of my father's death. Also, you could be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? That demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to stand with you. Arya's too stupid and too naive to do anything. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damned smile. He loved your kindness. This is kindness. The blood I will spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. And once I am done, Weirengard will be better and stronger for it. Aster McCoy, I don't care what you are. The Scaled Lord's daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rod out of its heart. Peace, by bloody peace. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster de Weirengard, King of Weirengard, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Walnus. Phil. What? No. Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? I checked my satchel. Sure enough, Arya's blood contract had completely disintegrated into ash. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? One of them no longer lives. Excellent. Lucio, this is not what we discussed! My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. This was always how it was going to end. Lucio, I understand, but how could we possibly... Save your breath, Cuthbert, I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The General has just committed regicide! Arrest him at once! Well, dang. We sat at the ruins. It looked like several of the nobles were here were doing the same. Yeah, in the middle of his monologue, dang. We didn't know what to say to each other. I could feel my stomach churning. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us. He took control of Arya like it was nothing to him. But I really wish we could have changed his mind. Sometimes people are beyond salvation. He made his choice. But Arya, how is she? Hello. I'm glad I found you before you left. She has no feelings. The Eye of Horus can only see an abyss where her heart was. Oh, Arya. I'm so... McCoy, I've come to inform you that I'll be charging you with perjury. Okay, whatever you... What? No one is above the law. Not even the Queen. That was made apparent when... She didn't trail off. Her voice didn't break. Her voice simply stopped like a machine that had ceased function. Arya? Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel, after all. Right. What do I say to her? Anyway, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude. Yeah, of course. Anyway, I have much work to get done now that the Grand General is in custody. Yeah. What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her? I didn't see anything through the eye. I guess I don't really blame her for guarding her emotions. No, Celeste. I didn't see anything. What? I looked at her at the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. There was no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I've never seen that before. But you're right. I should have said something. I'm going to... Celeste grabbed my hand before I could leave. I'll talk to her. Are you sure? She's my friend, and I owe her. It looked like I'd gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite so neatly as I'd hoped. What do you mean she's gone? She was just here. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't know what the future had in store for all of us, but not as if it were that different than usual. We had the power now. The power to give hope to every commoner in Weirengard. Technically speaking, thanks to what Aster did, but, you know. Together, we would give them the kingdom they deserved. Damn it, Arya, where are you? Oh, hello. Celeste froze. This man was the person she'd been looking for. What was she supposed to say to him? She never thought she'd get this far. You're looking for Miss Steelwind, aren't you? Yeah, how'd you know? She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking to her, but... Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna try anyway. Of course. Rathalion? Yes? I'm not mad about it, you know. Jolene and Flintheart are part of my life because of what you did. Plus, now I know that I'm half dragon. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Miss McCoy? Come on, don't call me that. Right, of course, Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask about you and Mr. Cuthbert. Are you two... Oh, wow, look at how late it is. I better go talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scaled Dad. Scaled... just bye. No wonder Lucio went so far. Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. Are you looking at the stars? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. Do you mind if I watch it with you? Do as you wish. You are my superior. You know, it was also a full moon outside the night my parents found me in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's an ancient word for the moon. Is that so? Yeah, they thought I was a gift from the Scaled Lord. It's a little funny when you think about it. Her occupation is still mercenary. It needs to change to queen. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember, you jumped down onto the stand? I don't think even Tyrion believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up? Thank you for that, Arya. I was merely taking the most obvious course of action. Yeah, I guess I don't know why I expected anything else. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. Damn. But we do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't send you to the dungeons, but we'll have to consider some community service. Fine. My father told me I was being too lenient. Lucio needs to keep his mouth shut. I understand in some way. We all do stupid things for the people we love, after all. Stupid. Arya? Oh. How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not... I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I'm an attorney, for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. And when I signed that contract, I felt that something was wrong. But I was just so stupidly happy. It's not fair. No one expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's gonna pay for my mistakes. I'm sorry. Celeste, he used me like a puppet. With my hands and my magic, he made me... I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible. I don't know how to make it better, but you're not alone, okay? I'll be here as long as you need me to. Thank you. I think I'll drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that? That's nice. Mr. Cuthbert, we received word from House Frege. The story we created should be printed in the papers as we speak. I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Weirengard about what really happened. Not to mention, the story paints me like I'm some kind of god. I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened, they would never believe it. They'd think that his death was a part of some sort of political conspiracy. Even with this cover story, we can't be certain that they still won't suspect that. Arya? Shouldn't you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes. I will move forward. She may have been hiding her pain with a smile, but she wasn't shutting down her emotions like before. As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Weirengard will gain more from those false virtues than from the person that he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward, and if we must use the people's piety to do that, then so be it. Arya. And as the Grand General of Weirengard, I will also do my part to support your rule. As will the Scaled Lord. Celeste smiled in gratitude to their words, but she meekly glanced at me expectantly. Do you even have to ask? Hehe. And it's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Weirengard supports you too. Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help. Huh? Oh, right, I forgot that I was supposed to meet with her this morning. I need to apologize to her about that. Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet? We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure that she'll understand. Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down. Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now. Everyone in Weirengard is going to read about it in the paper, including her. Oh. What's all of this noise about? What? Have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper. The Scaled Lord has returned. What? A demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures. Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster de Wierengard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability. The carnage left in the wake of this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Coraline Sybil, Lord Von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind. Both King Olivier and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster. And while the profane demon was felled and defeated, the king and the crown prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Wierengard, the Scaled Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new Queen of Wierengard. Ugh, again with this Scaled Lord nonsense. This reeks of a violent political coup by this holy daughter. There's a picture of her on the next page. Huh? What? Is that... How interesting. Celeste? I'm telling you, I don't know how she did it, but she took over the entire kingdom! She's not gonna come for us, is she? Alright, what the... Nice. That's great. After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I thought a lot about my actions. I won't ask you to forgive me, Your Majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I've caused. That's pretty great. I will continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls on the people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that? We'd never be able to do this if it weren't for the Drakengan Trading Company. I feel partially responsible for what happened at the Imperial Academy. I'd like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we shut up shop in Rathholm. More customers just means more work for me. I've been developing my necromancy ever since I began working under Lord Asclepius. I think I've grown quite good at it. Don't get ahead of yourself. You've grown quite competent at it. That was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. But from I've read in my record, perhaps that's for the best. Even if your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, but I do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace. I wondered about him. Given that. What are you looking at? Wait! Oh no, it's you! The crazy chick isn't with you, is she? Why are you looking behind me, man? What did you just call me? Oh Lord, run for it, Gavin! Because they came back to Tyrion's house. The queen is harassing neighborhood punks. Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world. Yeah, a lot has happened. I don't even know where to begin. I'm glad to see the refinery is doing well. Well, I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the... what did Her Majesty call you? An angel investor. Yes, that's it! Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture, and we think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practices. Oh, I think I like the sound of that. I still have much to learn about leading a noble house, but I hope I can bring House Freyga and Wierengard to a brighter future. I think it's about time we ended the constant feuding between the Steelwinds and the Freygas, and I'd like for us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction. Tracker will do the best to help Queen. I appreciate the gesture, Tracker, but I don't think... Banks need gold, right? Tracker can dig for gold. that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. What? Did you just lose? No, I demand a rematch. Learn to lose with dignity, for Lord's sake. I'm glad I let him keep those armbands. I like that the monkey is still around. I think the Scaled Lord's daughter would descend to lead our kingdom to prosperity. Theon, you were there for most of that trial. You know what actually happened. The Scaled Lord works in mysterious ways. Fate has brought you to where you are. And I guess you're kind of right. Tyrion Cuthbert. You may have everyone else fooled, but I know how this story goes. A mage is still a mage, and a noble is still a noble. Come on, don't be like that. Okay, cool, her occupation is now queen. Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. I ain't holding my breath. I suppose you have every reason not to trust anyone. But we are going to fix this kingdom. I really wish he would talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened. And I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least not right now. He should probably hire a professional he can talk to. Are you okay? Yes. I really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but with Lord Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, we have had a much easier time repairing our kingdom. I feel uneasy about all this. No, I also see what you mean. He may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I do think he really wanted to change Rearguard, but he would only do it on his own terms. Even if he did end up achieving the goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could have that at its foundation. That's surprisingly mature for you. Hey, I'm always mature. Goodbye, Esther. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that? Weren't you the one who called a monkey to the stand during Beatrice's trial? Yeah, suppose you have a point. Truth is stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone. Oh, I just realized. Is that what I've been doing to Arya? Hey, you're the one that wanted to be lead prosecutor. I'm only filling in for her until we find a qualified replacement. Occupation prosecutor, I love it. Well, if you ever get bored of life as a royal, there's always a spot open at my office. I see they allowed you to keep your axe. But I ordered you to stop visiting me. I outrank you now, Father. McCoy's impertinence is rubbing off on you. I'll take that as a compliment. I am glad to see you in such good spirits. I suppose I underestimated you. I'm surprised you're not sentencing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we're gonna need you alive so we know when Eris is back. Yep, using me like a canary in a coal mine. I'm almost proud of you two, although I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet. Wonder why. What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving? Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. You're not to leave the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus. Are you grounding me? If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one. I swear, when I get out of here. What have I told you about speaking in future tense? Are you sure you didn't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No, I've grown attached to this place. It was your father's. It doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom. Stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom! Oh, ahoy, Cuthbert! We'll have everything ready for tonight. What? It's nothing. Pretend like you don't know anything. What? Oh, I see, so it's for her. What are you doing? It's a surprise. All right, whatever you say. So I was wondering, you've lived for a really long time, right? I have. Do I have any siblings? No, I'm sorry. There was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across the centuries, when I've sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creation of offspring is rare. So much so that it's a miracle that you were born. I'm sorry, but you are alone. I don't really feel that way. I think I spend so much time with Arya that she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well... Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert. Don't you dare. We meet again, Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname? Who knows? It could have been anyone. Tyrion. You don't like it? You come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that. Oh. So yeah, that's how it all happened. He really did it. He voided a blood contract drafted by the Empress of Discord. I thought you'd be more happy after what Eris did to you. He has no idea what he's done. Come on, it can't be that bad. Demons naturally despise the Celestials and their magic, and they pride themselves on being able to deceive others. A voided blood contract, especially by a Heavensborn, is the highest disgrace for a demon. It rarely happens. Even the weakest demons know not to leave any openings like that. It honestly irritates me how much less meticulous she was when she made your contract. What was she thinking? Is she really that big of a deal? Asmodeus is the king of demons, a god among gods. Eris is his daughter. So what? Is she going to tell on us to him? This is serious. No one has ever voided a contract drafted by a Lord of Hell. It's unheard of. Your sweetheart is going to attract a lot of unwanted attention from Hell and Heaven. And I need you to tell me everything you can. I need to know what's coming. I want concessions. I don't plan on spending the rest of my life in this cell. Beatrice, you committed first-degree murder. He was a terrible person. He was your dad. He would have been executed for his crimes anyway, assuming he didn't just run. Can you imagine how much difficult it would be to track down someone with that much gold? The way I see it, I saved you people a lot of trouble. I'm not going to pardon you, Beatrice. I don't want to be pardoned. I just don't want to listen to Lucio working out in his cell all day. Honestly, get that man a book or something. He needs a hobby. Fine, I'll see what I can do about getting you some heavily supervised outings. I'm blind. What am I going to do? Turn yourself invisible and run away? I'm insulted to think that I'm that uncreative. Are you all really going to be okay? What do you mean? You are now the ruling queen of Irengard, the most powerful kingdom in the world. Every order you make, every word you say could have unimaginable worldwide consequences. Can you please not remind me of that? So you do recognize that, then? Why are you telling me this? Because you're going to live the rest of your life in a world of glass. Anything and everything you do could shatter the lives of millions. I'm rooting for you all. I really am, but... the weight of that responsibility is what drove Aster insane. Even Rathalion couldn't handle it. Wait, he took the crown? Many centuries ago, all it took was one lapse in judgment for him to cause one of the largest famines in Irengard's history. Millions died. Oh my. Just something to think about. Thanks, Beatrice. Anyways, if you want to know more about Hell's hierarchy, we'll need to start with the Lords of Hell. Actually, we're familiar with one of them, the first, Bahamut. Scaled Lord's a demon? Did the horns, scale, and fiery breath not imply that? I guess that makes me demon-adjacent, then. Is that making you rethink your feelings for the Heavensborn? Honestly, I think that makes me like him more. I think I might actually hate you two. Yeah, well, you're stuck with us. For now. Whatever, tell me more about Lords 2 through 9. The oldest Freyja had some idea of what was coming, but perhaps it would be best to hold on to it for now. It wasn't as if she fully understood the politics of the gods, either. But from what little she knew, demons wouldn't be the only ones coming after them. Hey, I'm clocking out for today. Thank you for your work, Orem. I'll see you tomorrow. So... Are you getting back into the swing of things? I'd like to think so. I need to make sure everything is in order for when Tyrion takes over. He's capable, but he's never managed an organization of this size. I can't believe I'm gonna have to take orders from that kid. Was there something else, Orem? Yeah. Spit it out, I'm very busy. Men are idiots, Arya. What? Yeah, we're all just dumb idiots. We just bumble around bumping into shit without a care in the world. Sometimes we're just blind to what's right in front of us, you know? So, don't let one idiot get you down. You're a good kid, Arya. You deserve the best. I don't think you should be calling your superior a kid. The commander stammered for a while before his face just squeezed into his scowl. Then write me up. I don't care anymore. He slammed the door before stomping his way into the city streets. He grumbled under his breath the entire time. Arya let out a chuckle. A part of her was really gonna miss working with him. He's on the list coming back in the sequel, though, so... Okay, so they're just gonna turn the lights on? During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Orno become extremely potent. A lot of the businesses here take advantage of that to charge the arcane power cells within their homes. And those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously. You're such a nerd. Wait, if this is all happening in the city, why are we out on the ocean? Come on, you'll love this. The ocean was quiet, save for the humming of the small boat's engine against the water. Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure it's safe to sail a boat out here? Don't worry. There'll be plenty of light soon. Soon? In about 3, 2, 1... One by one, each of the buildings in Orono lit up like a flame spreading across the city. Every light in every house lit up, their collective warm glow washing over the city and shimmering off the ocean. Wes just stared at the sight wide-eyed. Her eyes were gleaming. Their topaz colors reflected the warm glow of the city. Yeah, take it all back. I love this. Noah used to bring my mother and me out here every year for this. It's actually a lot brighter than it was back then. I'm glad I got the chance to show it to you, Celeste. Thank you. She began fidgeting with her fingers, looking away from me. We just sailed in silence, taking in the sight of the lit city. The wind shifted. It carried the scent of salt and seaweed with it. I've really missed being able to spend time with you like this. Yeah, me too. It was so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scale Lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other. But at least we're together now. And you have something to remember whenever we're apart. Yeah, this is so sweet. I love you. What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. What do you... Her eyes widened, realizing what I just saw. It's been so long, I forgot to... It's not fair. You were supposed to say it first. Is something wrong? I didn't really mean... Wait, no, I did mean it, but... I kinda hate the Eye of Horus sometimes. I just silently moved to sit next to her. She didn't seem to object, but she couldn't meet my eyes. She glanced at me for a moment, her eyes widened, and she quickly turned away. But she slowly slid closer to me, my shoulder pressed against hers. Her hand slid into mine. I squeezed it as if it was the most precious thing in the world to me. She slowly turned to me, then I turned to face her. We just stared at each other, sharing 1,000 confessions in one look. We were both going to see a lot of changes in our lives. This moment was one of them, and I wouldn't take any other path that didn't lead here. You'll always keep your promise, right? No matter where each of us goes, we'll always be together. Good. I love you, Celeste. I love you too. Sorry, this is a little much. It's okay. Right now, we have all the time in the world. Ilya Stormwake. Have you heard about what happened in Weirengard? Miles Varen Calgalad. Is that why you've called me here? This could have been in an email, High Inquisitor. What? This is serious. I must accept responsibility. Keeping records of the Heavensborn was my duty. I have no idea how this Tyrion Cuthbert slipped past me. Frey was always a slippery one. Even I lost track of her. And I'm happy she got the chance to settle down after everything had happened. Miles. Ilya, he's just one Heavensborn. He's harmless. He brought the Lord of the Six to the court of bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea that amount of damage they could have done to all of creation from there? You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact and everything is fine. Miles, he has the Eye of Odin. That's impossible. I borrowed some of your drones from the armory. I sent them into the court of Azathoth myself. Ilya, those readings, they are exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly. He did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. We must assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well. Does His Majesty know? Did he approve of your little reconnaissance mission? Of course not, but I believe the path forward is clear. We must inform Heaven. They'll want to know about this. I've been hearing some rumors through the grapevine lately. The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving his forces. He must know, Arch-Sentinel. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved. All right, you win. Look into this. Try to sell it to Weirengard as a diplomatic mission. But exercise discretion. If they ever found out about what we did with Frey, I understand. It would mean war with Weirengard. Thank you, Arch-Sentinel. I'll speak to His Majesty about this at once. I'm sorry for disturbing your evening. You don't understand, Ilya. What you're saying is true. You could spell war with the Outer Planes. Ah! Eternity of the Arcane is complete. That's it. That had a lot of fake-out endings. It went full Return of the King, but dang, that was good. I went into this game with like not having any expectations at all, and it blew me away. For an indie game that was kickstarted, this was phenomenal, and I am greatly looking forward to the sequel. Anyway, I'm gonna figure out what we're gonna play next time, and it'll pop up eventually. But this was great, all the way through. Every case, I don't think there was a single bad case, and I think it handled the plot well. Everything just was Kino. This is definitely a highly recommended one. Love it. All right, see you next time.